good? I think we should be good, right? But let's just get into it. Already irritated enough. So yeah, sorry about that delay. That one... on my PC, not me, and I still don't even know what was wrong with it. I called my business partner who had helped me put together the PC. He's a techie, and he had me. We were trying all these, like I couldn't boot Windows. I could not boot Windows, and I had no idea. It would just go to black screen. I had no idea why that was happening. So that obviously freaked me out. So we tried a bunch of options. He had me do something weird going through the BIOS. I don't understand anything in BIOS. But whatever it was, finally got it to work. And yeah, so that's what I've been doing for the past, 40 minutes? Frantically trying to this shit to work. Yeah, like the first 10 minutes was me trying to get a hold of him. Which normally it wouldn't have been a problem, except for probably in the past, let's just say maybe the start of fall, he's been much more of an early, because he's normally a later person than I am, more of a night owl than I am, which saying something, obviously, right? But ever since the fall, maybe, he started shifting his schedule, I think mostly because of a significant other that he's dating. I think that kind of forced him to shift his schedule more towards the earlier side. But he hadn't gone to sleep for very long, so he wasn't pissed about it or anything. But yeah, it was still these days late for him. But yeah, sorry again, everyone. That's I take responsibility because it's my PC, but not one where I intentionally, or not intentionally, just negligently fell asleep or something like that. This one I was actively trying to fix, but we got it up, so I guess we can just do it. 30 likes. Awesome. Let me give creds. Trep, you here? You just want to do some math for me? I don't feel like doing math right now. My brain's so just ugh. But that's okay. We'll get into this, and my brain will be taken to a happier place, a happier time. $5.25. Quick math tells me it's $5.25. Wait, we had a raid? Who raided when I wasn't going. I obviously, I was not really paying attention to chat, unfortunately, because I was focusing on trying to get this up. Oh, Acme rated me. Gotcha. Which, hold on. Hold up. Let me give it its due. Oh, do they? I didn't know that. From what I understood, a lot of people just aren't getting notifications in general, so for you to get that notification is actually kind of, it's encouraging, at least, so thank you. Thank you to Acme Studios for the raid. If I'm sure you guys have had a lot of time to talk to Acme Studios during these technical difficulties, but if you still haven't gone to go check them out, there is the link to their YouTube channel. Show them some love for throwing the raid our way. And then raid credits. I didn't know that was a thing. That's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting that he's able to keep his mustache, like, clean through all of this, even though he can't be bothered to wash any other part of his body. But his mustache, oof, that's his pride and joy. How do I wake up to stream? So that's if I take a nap before stream, which I will sometimes, because like my wife goes to bed very early. She goes to bed at like 8-ish. She has to wake up at 4. So every once in a while, what I'll do now after, it wasn't last time. Because last time it was because of work and I didn't have like my pre-alarm set. What I probably should do is just have a recurring alarm at like 10:30 just in case. But there was a time like 5 weeks ago, it was in December sometime, where I had to cancel a stream because I just like laid down and I just conked out and was just gone, and that was the first time I had done that in a long time. And so what I started doing after that was I started to set when I was going, if I was going to lay down with her, like when she was going to bed, I would set an alarm. But if I wasn't doing that, I wouldn't set an alarm. Most of the time, I'm still not going to sleep before then, but if I do, there's an alarm there. And normally that's like a what? 2 hour and a half nap, something like that. So. But in terms of like when I used to get up for court and stuff like that, I had to set many alarms. I usually set 3 alarms for something when I like need to get up early. The mustache has gray paint. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I appreciate the raid either way. Just, I had no idea that was a thing. Yeah, I haven't watched the new show either. Loved watching the old game show. Although I can't remember ever seeing the kids win. Ever. But that was the first, that was the first time I had ran into the term gumshoe. And then I wouldn't hear it for many years until it resurfaced in Lupe Fiasco's Superstar. I was like, oh yeah, that word. It's like detective, right? Something like that. That was like 2008. Ah, well, you can say the end is nigh for you, but if you've never seen the game show, that means you're still young enough to know, to not know, right? So wait, what happened to your internet? Oh, they're shaped like islands? Oh, that's cool. That's a nice little, touch. And what, the other one is, the blue one is that Kyushu? Trying to remember all my Hokkaido, Honshu, Kyushu. I don't remember the fourth big one, and then Okinawa, obviously. But that's like further south. The end is nay. Oh. Oh. What a shitty ISP for doing some garbage like that. Well, yeah, hopefully that they have to be being watched now, right? For those shady practices, so hopefully, yeah, it won't happen again. No, yeah, somebody told me, I think it was it last stream that you guys told me what the pun was? It's a sham, they're shams. Drew me a sham, but I don't know what, and then Vera was, what was Vera? I don't remember what Vera was. Vera like meant something, right? Like just the name itself meant something. Vera drew my sham. Yeah, I think we talked about that last stream. I don't remember when though. All right, well let's get into this, I guess.
Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's Drew Measham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you are somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Measham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah. I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
You what? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works.
Regional Prosecutor's Office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery. Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things.
That's actually that's some really fast work. I am impressed. Unless the tip also led him to Misham right away, in which case it wouldn't have been any extra work. But he's making it seem like he investigated and found Misham very quickly.
Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries? Well, so we ought to understand that this page here...
A fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence.
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume? But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right?
Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That, I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even for me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court, my court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. So, we're actually having a discussion in the comments about this, in the last stream's comments, about how I would have done this, like, in Phoenix's shoes. Like, assuming, you know, they have to deal with the same bullshit. And I think Phoenix should have, he shouldn't have presented it so strongly. Because he can't, like, I really wouldn't present something like this unless I could verify that it was a genuine article. Because it's given to you by a stranger. That's always a huge problem. Right? So, in order to check, like, I would have done either one of two things. I would have presented it as it was and say, hey, so this is something that I received, and I'd like to get a forensics test done on it. And this judge has been shown in the past a willingness to order tests like that, right? Like, to stop the trial and order a test like that to see if they can determine, you know, what it is. Or just immediately point to the fact that there is a missing page, and then kind of back into that instead. I think either way probably prevents Phoenix from getting, like, fucked here. Because it's just the way he prevents it. He's just like, I have this, and it's like, Yeah, it's just because from what I remember, like, being able to do that in the shoes of the prosecutor is a lot easier, right? Oh, hey, Taro. Sad face? Sad face. Yeah, sure, Tara. So
what could have happened... What could have happened so that he wouldn't have any charges brought against him? Was that he could have, like, only disclosed the truth about it in exchange for, like, the prosecution office would just leave him alone and they'd say, don't do it again. And we'll leave you alone if you help us with this case. Otherwise, yes, they most certainly could bring charges against him for what he admitted to, what he's admitting to in open court. Right, yeah. Yeah, Metal, that's one of the few reasons why that would be, they're in the position of power to do something like that. They can just get away with it more. He would have questioned the diary itself. I mean, that's a smart thing to do, because then you could at least call into question the entire thing and everybody could have been giving out something that wasn't even a genuine article, right? Yeah, I think that's a clever way to go about that. Or he likes. But yeah, I think any of these ways just are infinitely better than what Phoenix did. How easy is it to get away with forged evidence? I have no idea, because I've never had that issue before. At least not that I've been aware of. It's possible there's been some in a case that I've been a part of, but I have never been made aware of it. Why 3 dislikes? Probably because I started late. I was having fucking computer problems. Yeah, right, because then the one page that was torn from an ultimately fake diary that the prosecutor presented, then it looks like they're the ones that had it commissioned, right? Because why would I only have one page while they have the rest of it? Sus. Sus. So sus me. Oh, little Trucy. You... Attributed to our downfall. It was all a trap, a fatal trap. Mr. Wright, yes? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Okay, that's kind of funny. It's bullshit, because he should at least listen for the record as to what the explanation is. That response is pretty funny. Probably not. TBH. All right, later, Acme. Thanks again for the raid.
for hanging out. Sorry for the odd circumstances. Oh man, yeah. What do you think Mia's reaction to this was? Like, holy shit.
I told him not to let me go, damn it!
Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear.
A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. You cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor?
Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no reason for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes?
Could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
Really fucking odd thing to throw in at the end there. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must. Shit, I don't even remember what voice I gave him. Yo, what's up, Nick? There's just something deeper, right? I think. Like, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zach? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar! The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. I assume that happened when he was like, he was talking about like, you're not going to be able to declare a verdict. I'm like, he's going to like escape, isn't he? Although, that certainly does still allow them to declare a verdict, he just won't be taken into custody. That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zach Ramery, did not just escape from court, he literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Grammary miracle. No verdict was declared. Why? I guess they're just waiting to get him back? Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Ramery vanished along with him for all eternity.
The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramarye go? What dark truths lie behind lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Yeah, he just fucking left Trucy behind? What a dipshit! What am I looking at? The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. Oh no, that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. What, am I playing dot hack all of a sudden? Good lord. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between the past and present. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Is this GLaDOS, right? What the fuck's going on here? Gotta find the psycho locks. It is the norm, it seems. Jeez, man, people are shitty parents. It's 11037. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? To on either side of a single transparent plane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of the fake walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? Little piano in the cold, A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. Damn, he was able to secure that gig pretty quick, considering he doesn't know how to play. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? Shooting of magnific gramarye for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valent? Or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit, that's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glory Spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gramarye killed Magnific. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into magic right away? As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be valence. And also, yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valent Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. Genuinely loving, I wouldn't go that far. I would go so far as to say he cared for his children, but for selfish reasons. It was all about himself. It wasn't really about the children. Because wasn't Francisca always like bitching about it was the legacy, the family name, and that's like what he insisted had to continue or whatever in legend. Drinking water is good for our human body. Well, we know that he probably had another kid, right? So Francisca, and then Francisca's at least a number more than 0 sibling. Either that or Francisca had a kid at like 17. Oh, the Scar? Scar's a powerful gun. Problem is that its clip is just too small for me. Yeah, he did say he had a granddaughter, so unless that kid is the child of a sibling of Francisca's, then Francisca is a very, very young mommy. I seem to remember her mentioning it at least. She at least mentioned him insofar as it left an impression on me. And should have left it, because it should have been obvious that all of what she did was pressure to live up to a name and why she couldn't accept failure. And how her whole thing in general was to try to beat the person that beat her father so that she would reign supreme, not to get revenge on Phoenix, but that so that she could finally overtake her father. Instead of just being her own person in general. She tethered herself to her father's legacy.
Not only did she get into law school before the age of 18, she was practicing before the age of 13, before the age of 18. She got into law school at 13, right? Oh, he did mention the age of 7. Yeah, then Francisca would have had her when she was 11. So that's not... It's not Francisca. She has a sibling. It's happened. We had a conversation about that when we first met Francisca. About how I think the youngest attorney ever in the U.S. was, at least that you can find a story about, was like 16, at least in modern times. But that's so incredibly rare. Yeah, 5 bullets is that's a quick TTK. Nah, I don't see how that final scene, I don't see how anybody can interpret that everything she did had nothing to do with her father. Her, like, emotional breakdown, like, was very clearly a revelation of how her father held her, like, essentially emotionally was just a gigantic weight upon her. Well, right. She never brings him up. She never feels the need to bring him up because, again, for her, she doesn't want to make it about him. But the fact that she's doing it does make it about him. That's what she doesn't understand. Yeah, he had to have had another child. I think we could just use logic here. That's true, Adamski, but we are still talking about somebody that actually started practicing at 13. You went to medical school with a person at 14, so she could have, what, became a doctor at, like, 17? Well, going through all of the process, at least graduating from medical school and getting into the field. '16 in 1986. Yeah, and that does not happen often at all. Making a critical analysis of Fran's whippity whip trip. I think it had more to do with her father. I don't think there's... I think you could say it's left up into interpretation, but it's obviously not something where it's like, this is what it is. And that's how I interpret it. The fact that her father's presence looms over you as a player, like, you can't ignore that. Most people probably felt that when they were playing it. Nobody, Jake. Especially after hearing that objection. Oh, I did make that joke, didn't I? I forgot about that. 19-year-old passes the bar in Japan in 2018. Yeah, like, it can happen. The point is that it's very rare. And there's never been a 13-year-old, at least in the United States. Oh, yeah, it came from Edgeworth, but not directly. Like, Edgeworth wasn't the one that did it. That was, like, Edgeworth's success put more pressure on her because her father groomed Edgeworth. Like, it still has... I still think that has to do with her father. I think the root of it all is her father. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, Sarah. That's a good memory, because I did not remember that. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters, too. You're just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Gramery followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Ha 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 ha. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I can break those psych locks. Didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. A Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. Exposition! It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. The Magatama ends it. I'm guessing I don't have enough. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. Didn't want to have to remember that day. Oh, them psycho locks. I don't think that actually explains why Edgeworth would have thought it was Psycho Lux any more than it being Psych or Psyche. Either way, he's getting it completely wrong. He's like adding a sound that isn't there at all. Even if it's Psyche, which it could be, I think Cyclox sounds way better. So I'm just gonna keep that in my headcanon. Psyche-lox, ugh. Like, that just sounds, ugh. Sounds so lame compared to Cyclox. Whoa, shit. Giving me that wind attack in court. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the hands, floor on your head now! Well, what's the big idea? My ears. Well, unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink!
I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Third out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? Yes, we have. Oh, God. This guy was annoying. On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? Working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Oh, God. I mean, I guess. I don't think of it like that at all, though. To me, I don't think of psych. Well, first of all, saying psych is like that is just... Who does that anymore? Do children still say psych? I don't think I've actually heard that be used in a serious manner since I was, like, in middle school. I guess it could have something to do with the fact that I'm a psychology major. We just call it psych. We never call it psyche. Not the word psyche, but like when we referred to psychology, we always called it psych. So that's kind of how it became our lingo, was just abbreviating the whole subject matter to psych, and that made it cooler. I can't stand Meekins. Psychiatric. Oh, both of them? That's interesting. Always interested to hear when somebody's parents, like, they both had the same job. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Try. I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. Ha 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 ha. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform? I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope. Then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Ramray's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Well, yes. I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I open the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Now, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Ramery run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember like it was right there because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke, he was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, but you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir, I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir, I ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? I actually did kind of drift into a Jim Carrey because I hated what I was doing with him initially, much like I hated most of what I did with Chapter 5 characters, except Emma. And Gant. So like what I did with Gant. It could have been better, but I was fine with my voice decision for Gant. So if you noticed it, then that's good. I succeeded. But it wasn't supposed to be like full-blown Jim Carrey, because I still want to save that for someone else in the future, maybe. As opposed to somebody that I've already voiced. I don't admire my persistence. If I could do that over again, I would change her voice. And in fact, I am going to do it over again. One of the reasons I've had real issues with Chapter 5 is just I am so irritated by some of the voices that I did, and Lana being the biggest offender of that. So I haven't wanted to like go through it because every time I try it, just like I cringe. Like, oh, how did people stay and watch me do that? Ugh. So what I've decided to do, I'll put a little message in at the beginning of the video. I am going to dub over her lines. Don't know what voice I'm going to use yet. Probably just some generic voice, but I'm going to dub over her lines. Every single one of them that I keep, at least. You are retconning your streams. Oh no, it's going to, I'm going to silence. Well, yeah, so it'll be kind of annoying that it'll be going in and out, but I'm not just going to like talk over myself. Oh god, her case was awful. I can't stand it. And I don't blame anybody else who can't either. How could I expect people to enjoy it if I didn't enjoy it? Which line? Yeah. I was like, well, I'm balls deep now. I might as well say it use it for everything, even like the super like music's playing, and I'm just like, Yeah. So I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it yet because I don't want to make it more annoying. Because I'm gonna have to silence those clips. Maybe if I fade the music in and out every time. Oh no. Okay, thank God. I thought that sneeze was gonna be stuck in my nose and that was gonna burn. Psycho locks. Redub to dub. Maybe that's something I'll have to do in the future. Any line? I thought you had something in mind. Just leave one in there, like have people that are watching go, wait, what? Did he forget that one? Nope. I was just asked to leave one in there. No, I didn't see what Nick said. No. One thing we're not retconning is the toe reveal requirement. That's still 100K. I would only retcon a retcon to unretcon that retcon. Who told you that? They're lying. I would take my head to my briefcase and call the judge that I couldn't if I met a bailiff like me. Yeah. I would have just kept walking. I'm like, you know what? This ain't worth it. The truth ain't worth this. Yeah, somebody has misinformed you.
The toe reveal. Okay. I was going to use an absolute, and that's not true. There is a way that it would be reduced, but that's only upon my wife's orders, which she did say to me, you better reveal your toes for a lot less than that. But she didn't specify a number, so unless there's a number that is specified, it's not lowering. Cyclops, I should have known. Dollars in donations. If they walked out in the middle of what, like a trial or a hearing? I guess it would depend on the circumstances. Well, yeah, that seems like that would have been fucking obnoxious to have to deal with. And that's like understating it. They would probably go out, like, the judge. If I were a judge in that situation, I'd probably have one of the bailiffs go after the attorney and see what the fuck happened. Oh, morning, Daddy. Oh, wait, no, this is... Oh, Trucy is so precious. Look at her. She's so happy. Little cute little magician's outfit. Oh. There was a comment. I can't remember who it was, but there's a recent comment where somebody's like, they're watching the Justice for All of Us. They're like, what made you want to have a kid all of a sudden? Because I think I left that comment in there about how I suddenly wish I had a child. And somebody just immediately is like, pearls. Like, it was almost like a, duh. Like, have you seen pearls? Trucy's, man, I don't know. It's kind of tough. All right, later, Ren. I can't attorney over it anymore. I can't even law at the moment. So all that work for just that to happen, that's so shitty. Well, yeah, you shouldn't until you get its largest mag. A cute-off. Well, one thing that Pearl does have over Trucy is that you're around Kid Pearl significantly longer time, right? So we've been around Pearl when she's done like cuter things, like when she's trying to pronounce words and stuff like that, and just her general innocence. We don't really get that as much with Trucy because she's already older for most of when we see her. Oh yeah. If the bailiff goes after the attorney and the attorney's just like, I can't anymore, then yeah, I'd be like, oh well, I guess we're moving to default. Like, that made sense. But yeah, like, the point is I would try to ascertain what happened first. You accidentally called one of them Meekins? Oh, good lord. I'm sure a lawyer has rage quit a case. Just somewhere. It happened at least once. 2 weeks had passed since then. Called her in my office. Oh, dude, what a fucking... You know what's sad about this? I mean, just get ready for what I'm going to say and think, wow, I can't believe that these words need to be said. At least Manfred von Karma never just abandoned his kids. Zach Gramery, is a worse person than Manfred von Karma, confirmed. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. You could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Aww. Huh, really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
That was quick, yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office is a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know? But Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Oh my god. I'd be so proud to have such a daughter. She is so fucking adorable. Oh man, it hurts. It is literally hurting my heart right now. My heart is like, hey Twain, you should probably make sure you're not having a heart attack. An attorney hung up on a judge in Michigan recently and was held in contempt. Yeah, and I bet it's easier. I bet it's been a lot easier for that to happen now, right? Because all they have to do is end a Zoom call or hang up a phone, as opposed to getting up and walking out of court. So it's probably. I bet the temptation has been higher. Yeah, it is kind of a slow shooting gun, more like an LMG. Gumshoe, I don't really have an issue with. I've never really had a big... Like, he's an idiot, obviously, but he's never been frustrating. Oh yeah, Von Karma's a terrible fucking human being. For sure. But that's how bad Zach is. That even as a terrible human being, dude did not abandon his children like Zach did. I have not cared this much for anyone in my entire life. Protect her. That settles it. I'm getting my own Trucy now. Amazon? No. No, that's it. That's in poor taste. No. Do not buy children. Do not take me seriously there. Or QAnon might end up coming after me as part of gigantic conspiracy ring.
Time to tip the scale.
I wish. I feel like my daughter's gonna be a little shithead though. Hey, thank you to Fox for the follow on Twitch. I think she's been with Phoenix. All right, so little analysis here. So if this happened in my state, the child could have been placed with Phoenix. But Phoenix would also then have to he would have to become a foster parent to keep her long term. Because Child Protective Services would 100% be involved. So Phoenix would have to get licensed before this would be like an official arrangement. He wouldn't be allowed to adopt her outright here. She doesn't really know him. They had no prior relationship. A judge, it would not succeed a best interest test, I don't think. The judge would want to see her with him for an extended period of time then, especially because Phoenix is a single parent. That's really disfavored in our state. You can say that's bullshit. I'd probably agree with you, but that's how they do it. Oh, Young, Possum, how's it going, guys? She is the most fucking adorable thing ever, Possum. I call it surprise adoption. Phoenix would not have to pay her year overdue lunch fees, no. Because those would be attached to her parents, not her. Right, she has no living relatives, but he still wouldn't be able to just like adopt her immediately. That would never happen. Again, here in my jurisdiction. That's all I can really. I don't know how it would work in other jurisdictions. What's my favorite Phoenix Wright moment? I don't know. There have been several like eye-popping moments. in terms of like emotionally shocked, it would be the suicide, because I just was not expecting that to happen. That case was some fucking storytelling, let me tell you. Yeah, exactly, Ventus. Well, that's like, somebody was talking about this. That's like a Japanese cultural thing, right? Somebody mentioned that. I think somebody who lives in, I'm not sure if it's Japan, but East Asia. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot that you guys don't, that's not how you guys see. That's not like a part of your culture. We're just like older people that you know are all aunts and uncles. Yeah, he currently does not have a source of income. That would be considered a problem. Yeah. They could, like I said, they could keep her with him, especially because it seems like she has very positive interactions with him, but he would almost certainly have a condition of needing to obtain employment very quickly. Yeah, and that's kind of the same. That's kind of the same way she calls him uncle. Six months to a year for something like that to happen before there would be the adoption. I don't think there's... Well, okay, so there's not a... I'm not sure there's an established timeline for like you have to have been in the house for this household for this long for the adoption to happen. In fact, I'm pretty sure there isn't, but there's kind of an indirect barrier. And that if there's no voluntary TPR on the side of the parents, termination of parental rights, abandonment. To prove abandonment, it has to be at least no contact with the kid for 6 months. And even then, 6 months is kinda, you're pushing it there. But yeah, so there's like, it's odd in that there's no rule for it unless it's involuntary, and then you're kind of dealing with this timeline that's indirectly related. Yeah, it could be really easy in Japan. I have no idea. Yeah, you're right, Possum. Not only am I not in court, at this point, I am a disbarred attorney. So... no need for the suit coat for a while. Yeah, I obtained a job. Oh yeah, and where did you gain employment? Oh, I'm a gambler now at the Bourse Club. I play poker. Yeah. that's really gonna help him out. Well, and keep in mind too, Roy, part of the sinister reason that people will selfishly get into foster, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but this is something for you to remember that it is a benefit that comes with it, is that you do receive payment for it to be used in the appropriate manner. Now, of course, some people just take that money and do whatever because they're awful people, and the only reason they're foster parents is to make money as opposed to actually care for children. But you will get financial assistance. So you might not have to get to as high of a threshold as you might be thinking. You just have to check to see what your jurisdiction is like in terms of the financial assistance offered. Yeah, I mean, if you still want a family but don't want biological kids, absolutely, adoption is fantastic. I've seen the lives of many children change through adoption. It's always wonderful. Our judge, so our judge would always, and then the judge after him and the judge after him, continued this tradition in juvenile court. He would hold adoptions mostly if unless there was some reason why they couldn't for whatever purpose. He would hold adoption hearings that were like surefire adoption hearings on Fridays. And he did that because he liked to end the week on a really good note, really high note. And then he'd also have like a bunch of like donated stuffed animals and stuff like that, depending on how old the kid was, obviously. He always let the kid walk away with a new toy. Very, very, very caring individual. Really respect him. Was glad to see that his successors that carried that tradition. I don't have the Hobo Phoenix get up. And besides, as soon as I go to fucking Hobo Phoenix, we're gonna go back to the present and I'm gonna have to put something else on again. Hold on. I'm not gonna go Hobo Phoenix. What do you want? I moved in my chair. That doesn't mean get up and get all excited. We're not playing. I mean, I'm playing with this game, not with you. You played much earlier. I wish, and I'd really, it's never gonna happen, but I wish I could get her to, like, train her to come and jump up in the chair for when I have to leave, so that you guys would have dog stream. We are a disgraced lawyer. Should dress like one. Going back to what you said, Possum, yeah. Our rate recently, I don't know what's caused it to start jumping so fast. Maybe YouTube's actually getting us to show up in more searches. I don't think it's been because suddenly a bigger streamer is like, hey, go here. Phoenix survived being hit by a fire extinguisher, by a car, falling off a burning bridge, boiled coffee in his face, whips Dahlia, and he's like, why don't I adopt Trucy? This time will be different. I produce music and other entertainment for a historic restaurant. That is the way to frame it. Lindsey, you'd be a perfect, PR person. He is an indestructible metahuman. The problem is that the people around him suffer because of it. See, you wouldn't have to call child services, though, because she's in the county court. Well, in our situation, she would have been in the county courtroom, and you wouldn't have been able to, you would not have been allowed to leave with her. She would have been taken into custody, like, immediately. But yeah, I mean, let's say you were able to leave with her, then yeah, that should be the first. You're right, and that should be the first step. No, I wouldn't say they're suitable either. Disgraced Twain. Even as a disgraced lawyer, I will never wear short sleeves with a tie. Hey, Peaky Latte, how's it going? Yeah, so, just for anybody that doesn't know, the plan is to go, after this game, Investigations 2, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice. By then, apparently, or hopefully, the Great Ace Attorney games should both have been localized, according to the Capcom leak. And then maybe, at that point as well, the 7th game will have been released. So that's the plan. That's exactly what a lawyer with shorts and a tie would say. It's a DC, the DCU. There you go. That's murder. I know, but like, would a judge be like, you know what? I can't really hold it against you. I'd probably do the same thing. When it was pointed out that I'm a disgraced lawyer and should no longer have my suit on. Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? I am actually mildly concerned that I can... Because that's different enough from Pearl's voice, right? Like, I give her that Trucy rasp.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Smile. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. We'll make a new office.
It's more than just pride, though. It's his fucking livelihood. Like, he's unemployed now. That's a huge problem.
Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
Professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramarye.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Zach Gramarye?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of true Gramarye, and they're big.
The Gramaryes, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Val Grammary together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed.
You know,
You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother.
Trucy sounds like she is dealing with a lot of repressed emotions right now. A lot of repressed emotions. I don't buy it for a second. I think she's destroyed inside. Hey, Lugia, 300 on the dot. He took it off after Twain got disbarred 7 years ago. Oh, that's a funny thing to do for April Fool's Day. It's a neat little thing without it being like over the top. That where somebody would like get irritated. Ventus, she was probably with Phoenix. Yeah, I bet it was pretty bad. I don't think the case is really gonna, or the game's really gonna delve into that too much, but yeah, it would be a big story for somebody as famous as him, at least. So Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say, baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick?
God, what dickhead is going to say maybe next time? Seriously. If you are playing this game and you choose option 2, you are a fucking psychopath. I will die on that hill. You are a goddamn psychopath. How do you say no to that face? Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
I don't know how that's possible at all, but that's so fucking adorable! Speedrunners are psychopaths. I mean, but even me, a speedrunning psychopath, knew that you picked option 1 and there was no other option. Movie villains that ignore their children would pick the second option. Yeah, right? Right, but that, Adam, that was after you had already seen the correct option, right? You were like, oh, let me go back and see. Oh, when's his birthday, JV? Yeah. No, I think that's very tasteful, Nick. It was a very tasteful joke. I don't want to know what happens if he says no. I feel like my heart might break. I hate children. I still pick option 1. Exactly. Completionists are psychopaths. There you go. There you go. They should have made Mr. Hat not have a mustache. What would you do if you bumped into someone at GameStop and they told you they picked the set? I would call them a fucking psychopath. Like, dude, you're a psychopath. Get away from me. Believe me, I've called a stranger a psychopath before. I will not hesitate to do it again. Adamski's completionist psychopath confirmed. That's a good question, though. Who goes to GameStop anymore? I'll just go to my computer and go to GameStop.com if I wanted to buy from that company, which I try to avoid at all costs. Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to continue playing the game. The game should go like full on Monica if you choose that option. And like every time you turn on the game, it's just Trucy looking at you sad and dejected. You can't get out of that. I mean, he should be smaller. I don't know. Oh, at the end of March. How'd they react? I mean, I'd say they're probably a little taken aback. Probably because they weren't used to being reacted to strongly like that. Also, keep in mind, I'm a pretty big dude, so, like, this guy wasn't as big as I was. Let's just put it that way. I've really stopped. I've stopped trying to support GameStop as much as possible after I heard about how shitty they treat their employees. They sound like awful people. But I mean, if you still go, I'm not judging you for anybody for still going, because at the very least you're supporting the employees, right? Because the employees still need to make money. Stream targeting. I got charged with taking a weapon from an officer, evading arrest, and resisting arrest. Do you think I'll go to jail? Well, I mean, if you got charged with that, you might be in jail already. Do I think you'll get convicted and sent to prison? Depends on your jurisdiction. Depends on if you did it. Because you didn't say you did it. You just said you got charged with it, you know? Yeah, I watch Camelot's videos too. I even knew they were pieces of shit before watching Camelot videos, but that's the one that made me go, all right. Those videos are. I was just like, I'm done. I'm not. If I can avoid it, I'm not good. I went there one time in the past, I'd say 5 years, and that was relatively recently. No, actually, it was almost a year ago. What was that? Anyways, me and KY were gonna play Code Vein and like do a duo stream, and I needed to get it like immediately, so I couldn't order from Amazon. And there's a GameStop that's pretty close to my house, and I saw that they had it in stock and for like $10. So I went and I bought it, and I'm like, yeah, they have more copies. You should go get it. But then he couldn't end up doing the stream anyway, so now I just have this copy of Code Vein that I got from GameStop. I wasn't going to return it, though, because it's Code Vein. It's anime Dark Souls. Of course I'm going to keep that game. All right, have a good one, Beth. My ex-girlfriend used to work at GameStop, so that's how I knew about their shitty fucking policies. All right, later, Metal. Take it easy, dude. They are, and I can't remember. We had a specific reason for doing it, but I don't even remember what it was because it was a little while ago. All right, so how can I... All right, so I have to do... Because when I did Mr. Hat, I did Trucy doing a Mr. Garrison sort of voice. Now I have to have young Trucy do a Mr. Garrison sort of voice. So, God.
Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Yeah! Whoa! That was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? Ha 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 ha. I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Oh, look at how her eyes just kind of shift when she's talking, or when Mr. Hat's talking.
So my routines do get a bit heady at times, huh? Get it? Heady, ha!
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Finally, some goddamn evidence. My name's Jeff. I have never watched... Actually, it's not true. I've watched like 5 minutes of a Jeff Dunham stand-up. I am not a fan of prop users. Nope, that's not true. There is one person, and it's because he draws, and that's what's-his-fuck. Who's the really deadpan dude? Who uses the white sketchboard? Fuck, what's his name? Dimitri Martin. Yep. Yeah. So that's the only comedian I've ever watched that I've enjoyed that when they've used like items. It's not that Jeff Dunham isn't funny. I'm just not into that sort of act. I thought being a pedantic nitpicker is the entire point of cinema. Yeah. Can't bear to play anymore because I don't have anyone to play them with. That sucks. Yeah, just the split screen days of gaming are over, right? And online's just never going to top like elite split screen gaming days. Well, yeah, that's what I meant, Possum. By saying Mr. Garrison, I meant Mr. Hat. I don't know, does he? Does he voice Ice Bear in We Bear Bears? I don't even know what that is. That would be a funny compilation, Sarah. Right, yeah. So some games, like fighting games, there weren't split screens. That was just like a way of describing like gaming with your friends on a couch in your at your place. Everybody's at your place, as opposed to just doing it online. Did I mention I hated this part of the game? You did. I don't know how I feel about it yet. We'll let it play out. I don't know where she keeps that thing. It's kind of ridiculous. Ice Bear is Dimitri Martin. When I get everything else on my to-do list done, unfortunately that's pretty low on my to-do list. I had to acknowledge that I needed to spend more time on other things, like just releasing part 12 of the Justice for All VOD. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valance, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this, here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful. God, why do we have this fucking Beatrix music again? Hold on. I have to make sure I'm not going crazy here. This one. Hold on. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of that. It's so good. I love that track so much. There was something creepy about her look, but that could be the music. I need to get this on my fucking playlist. This track is sick. It's so creepy.
Name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary.
I don't get the pun. Poor girl, I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't...
Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Yeah, how is she... Yeah, she's dealing with a lot of trust issues right now. A lot of trust issues.
Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay, after all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The right talent agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you, that makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks, no old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-O.
The team, right. Oh, she's just so... Oh my god. My heart hurts.
Zach is the worst. Phoenix, good guy Phoenix. Fucking really maintaining that S tier elevation he's gotten. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Like, see, I'm not kidding. My chest hurts. That doesn't really, like, is like, oh man, tug at heartstrings. Like, it's just like a figure of speech, right? Yeah, kind of. And then there are things that happen that actually causes your chest muscles to tighten. And that's how you react to them, and your chest hurts. Huh. He wouldn't be triple S Phoenix, that's for sure. He'd just be like, instead of hobo Phoenix, he'd be homeless Phoenix. Because when you say homeless, that's way like hobo. You say hobo and like, cool, hobo. But you say homeless and you're like, ew, homeless. Even though they're the same. It's just the way you phrase it. It's your room because you're an art student? Man, if this is your room, I think you should have the walls checked for mold.
I figured you'd come here sooner or later.
I decided on sooner. Drew Measham, was it?
What? What do you need?
What do you... Ow! What do you need? I think she needs to go outside. Alright. Man, there's this dumbass rabbit that keeps coming back. She's gonna fucking wreck that thing, and I'm just gonna be like, hey, trying to stop her from doing it, but you keep coming back, and eventually, you're gonna lose your life. So what, do you have to use the computer screen or the mobile screen?
He does have those soulless earthbound eyes. That's exactly what they are.
I haven't done anything illegal.
I didn't come here to whine about past events. Well, you haven't done anything illegal in this particular circumstance. We don't know if you've tried to pass off forgeries as the real works before. Actually, well, no, I guess not. He didn't try to pass it off as being real. He was just told to create it. Oh, man, that's interesting. Conspiracy to commit fraud. Like, even if he didn't know, I guess we'd have to see what the definition of the crime would be in the statute. Did he have to have knowledge that his role would play a part in fraud? Nin. Yeah, forgeries fucking everywhere.
I didn't do anything wrong.
We don't know if he got paid, right? That was never explicitly said, though you're probably right. Yeah, because he doesn't own reproduction rights. Only the copyright holder owns reproduction rights. And whomever they license it to. God, Nin. Fucking. Now I know about the Earthbound crossover. God. Fucking A, man. I wanted to ask you some questions.
I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos.
Oh, God. I went into more of like a Family Guy Bruce.
Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can.
I'm not sure, but feels like I'm being watched intensely.
Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello.
She's gone.
That's her way of saying hello. Shall we begin then?
Tiny Vera. Yeah, I haven't played Earthbound either. God, fucking Nin spoiled for me that Earthbound characters have the same eyes as Ruby. Damn it. Fucking, what am I supposed to do with that now? DoorDash Red Lobster? I've never even considered doing that. Well, the sentiments appreciated, Roy. Oh my God.
The big brain. He's still okay. So one part of copyright is reproduction rights, though. If you are reproducing the work, especially if you're selling it, then yes, it is. By definition, you would be infringing on the copyright. But, like, in your circumstance, it wouldn't apply, right? Because you're not profiting off of it. You almost make me want to live in the city again. Hello, this is Drew Measham, and today we're going to paint a beautiful forgery. Pretty little forgery. Alright, I'm going to let my dog in, and then we'll delve into this. Yeah, it's snowing, so I didn't want to... Well, it stopped snowing, but it's still cold out. I didn't want to leave her out for too long. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly. A profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Okay. What is with parents and abandoning their fucking kids? If you're the mother and you get so fed up with him, wouldn't you think that it's probably not in your daughter's best interest to remain with that person? At least not full time. But no, she just left and fucking left Vera there. Oh, God. Yeah. So Lugia, that it's all about the. Well, I won't say it's all about, but it's mostly about the commercial actions taken with the reproduction. You can reproduce it in a situation like that, where you're like in art class, you're all trying to, this way you put up a fake Mona Lisa and you all try to draw the Mona Lisa or paint the Mona Lisa. That's fine, as long as you don't try to sell it. As long as you don't go and say, hey, this is the Mona Lisa. That's a good question. Well, whose trophies are they? Wait, does water contain sodium? I thought it was just hydrogen dioxide. Or dihydrogen oxide. I'm bad at chemistry. Is it dihydrogen oxide or hydrogen dioxide? Dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah, like I said, I suck at chemistry. I will. All right, I don't think I am explaining this very well, so let me try to find a different way of explaining it. Maybe somebody else has put it a bit better. Oh, really? I didn't know about that case. That's not really a good way. That's not technical enough of an explanation. Okay, yeah, that's not working either. That's worse than my explanation. All right, let me try this again. When an artist creates something, when somebody creates something that's considered a copyrighted work under copyright law, they retain exclusive reproduction rights, which relates to commercial, like being able to sell it to make a profit off of their work. You, as a person who copies their work, you can copy the work. That's not illegal. What's illegal are two things: trying to reproduce and distribute, and or passing off the artist or the work as being from the original artist. This is a copyright violation. This is forgery and fraud, number 2. So you're dealing with two big
issues there. Does that make more sense? So, like, Adamski, in your situation, you're not profiting off of it. You're just making it so that both you and the school have the trophy. Yeah, I mean, but you're not selling the trophy, right? You're just giving it to them. Like, I could paint 2 Mona Lisas and give one to my parents. And that's fine. Like, I'm not charging them for it. No, that's a good question, because is that trophy copyrighted? I keep using the Mona Lisa too, and that's actually a really bad example, because I'm 99.9% yeah, the Mona Lisa is in public domain, right? When was it painted? Like the 1400s? I don't remember when Da Vinci was alive. Anyways, that's a bad example. If something's in the public domain, you can do whatever you want with it because everybody has access to it. You just can't pass it off as I'm the person that the original artist, which of course that would be stupidity because you would be claiming that you're Leonardo da Vinci. But I say something that I'm trying to think of. I don't know any artists. Who's that American artist that did like the Campbell's soup? Like, that would be something where if you were to do that. $1503. Yeah. So it's public domain. So you just can't pass yourself off as Leonardo da Vinci. But if something's in the public domain, there are no exclusive rights anymore like that. You can do what you want. You can use it how you see fit. But if it's not in the public domain, they still retain reproduction and distribution rights. Andy Warhol, yeah. Yes, no, that's a good point. That's a good point, and I should be clear about that. When I say public domain, I mean in the U.S. that would be public domain. I know Europe has and Japan both have stricter intellectual property laws than the U.S. does, though. So their public domains might not match up with our public domain items. No, it's after the expiration of the copyright, which is the artist's life plus 75 years or 125, depending on... $70 years, sorry. 70 years, not 75 years. But yeah, it depends on it can go a little long. It just all depends on things like whether it was published and stuff like that, and when it was created. Because if anything was created after, anything that was created before 1978 has a different life cycle versus anything after January 1st, 1978. The life plus 70 years happens for anything after January 1st, 1978.
Oh, I should look at this. List of countries' copyright lengths. I don't think I've ever checked that before. Be interesting. Right, Nick's got the right of it. So, no, my question, Adam Skin, I don't know the answer to this. I would have to check this the stat sheet for this. But he could claim that he didn't know, but it's still possible that he committed conspiracy. He committed conspiracy to commit fraud, even if he didn't have awareness of it. I'd have to read the statute though to see what the definition of conspiracy to commit fraud is. Correct, Lou, yeah, because it is, yeah, it's public domain. I've heard that too. I don't really have confirmation of that, Keith, but I've heard the same story. I just not in law school. We'd never talked about its origins. We just talked about the law. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a big thing. It was a couple years ago, 3 years ago maybe, whereas like all of a sudden all these things hit public domain. $50 likes. Yeah, they probably license it. A lot of those places will have access to like these sort of blanket licenses, Jake, where they can go to somebody and say, okay, you pay this one price and you have licenses to all these different IPs. That's what happens very frequently in situations like that, if that makes sense. All right, sorry. I know that we haven't really been doing much in terms of the story, but I hope you have found the discussion interesting. Those just generally, it makes it more and less accessible to people because they're generally easier to find then and get bundled up. The problem is then they become more expensive because it's like cable. You're buying a bunch of channels too that you're not actually watching, but you're still paying for them. Thanks, Thomas. It's funny, like, that's one of the first things you're told in law school, and then you're like, yeah, that can't really be the case, right? They're exaggerating, and you're like, wow, I say that all the fucking time. I don't see them pushing it back. I would be very surprised if they did push it back again. No one ever talks about copyleft law. Oh, you mean this part of the story? Yeah, I figured part of the reason you disliked it was like the setup. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. So he knows, well, yeah, I guess he would know that some of them are stolen. And if he knows something's stolen and then creates a copy of it, would a reasonable person then be assumed to think that something illegitimate might be done with the forgeries? Or with the recreations. They don't become forgeries unless they're passed off as the original. Also in situations where a defendant was negligent in determining the truth. This is a New York criminal defense website, Buck Law Firm, B-U-K-H. They have a page on here on conspiracy to commit fraud. Like I said, I don't know anything about what the actual statute says, but this site says, in other words, a defendant cannot avoid fraud charges by turning a blind eye to blatant lies. So yeah, there is almost certainly at least very questionable judgment going on here that could catch him. Oh, that's interesting. The clue thing. Have a good night, Sarah. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid, very well paid. See, yeah, that's not good. I would think he's negligent in determining what could be done with something like that. What the fuck else would you use something like that for if not to defraud somebody? Like, you can't just act stupid. Reverend Green? That's way more interesting. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Ass is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. I'm trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean, in all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them, not personally, Cyclock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Let's go into the last one. Oh wait, no, that is the last one. Well, we gotta see if our evidence that we have is enough now. Well then, ready to tell me about... Oh, I have to present the... I got Tom, right? Wait. I can't present my... Oh, it's at the top of the screen. Okay, thank you. I would not have noticed that. That's a change in the mechanics. There we go. Okay, so it's like how the bracelet's done. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psych locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So what's Mr. Measham hiding? He's hiding this, but was what he said have anything to do with the forger himself? Damn it. But they didn't talk about the forger. Oh. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client. I couldn't see any psych locks. Psych locks? Is that some kind of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? Yeah, why would you fucking say that to some... Like, what the fuck am I supposed to know about psych locks? But then they did show up, didn't they? How the fuck am I supposed to know? You tell me what a goddamn psych lock is. Dude, why is this a flashback? Why? Why is this a flashback? Not personally. Those words triggered the psych lock. Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client. He's just ignoring him as though he should already know what the psych locks are. But someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, doesn't matter how I got there. Oh, God. I hate that line of thinking. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham. Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? The forger wasn't you, and I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studios is... Real forger is your daughter, Vera Measham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. It was Trucy. Yeah, PJ, just a heartless accusation. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I have you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclops tell me you're not the forger. Can you tell me what in the bloody hell the Cyclops are? I have no goddamn idea what you're talking about. Which makes your daughter the only possibility. Him. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho like myself. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio when she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once here to this studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Little girl might know something about him. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more? Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Measham, I have a request. Let me guess, you'd like to talk with my daughter. Can I? My daughter's never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so actually. Only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Is she a fan of the Gaveners? And it was Claver that was the client? Or maybe his brother? Because he looks just fucking like him? Uh-oh. This could be tough. Probably just need to straight up present her with something, right? Yeah, what's gonna grab her attention? That was a shot in the dark. I don't think I have it yet. Yeah, I don't have what I need yet. Yeah, I already gave out the credits for that, JB. Show her a pic of a dead body? Oh, God. Is he on the hook? I mean, they could both be on the hook. She still did something she wasn't supposed to do. And he encouraged it. We go full hobo Twain here. Cardigan time. If somebody ever draws Hobo Twain, make sure I have a cardigan on. All right, have a good night, Nick. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. That's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor's fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? I guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troop lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Show the danger. I don't think I have that proof here. I'm assuming it has something to do with her mother. Oh God, that's right. Okay, Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out. Hey, hoo. What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gramery vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir! Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyways? What'd you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Sir, I never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir, that day, she was here in that room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean, you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Somebody said he was 6'9". I guess you were right. Holy shit. Wow. You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramery, but you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. The amazing Mr. Hat, he really exists! I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramery exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramery, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramery, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see, so that's why you're wearing the costume you're wearing. Anyway, the very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. We were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. She was standing in front of the lobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat. Ah, that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner. And, most likely, runs to the closest door, in lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner, in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. And all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Gramery's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them meeting away. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl. Sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatever in my harbor. I'm okay. Let a defendant escape. That's stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe! Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. You want... It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free! Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. Look forward to it. Oh, Anthony Yeatis. All eyes were on Zach Gramery that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Okay. So, we have to have this then. We didn't get anything from that. What? I mean, they use the guns, I guess. They did say, yeah. I mean, they killed somebody with it. So I guess that would be dangerous, since they could actually put a load of real bullet in there. Why, that's one of ours! Specifically designed for your show, I gather. Single bullet, one shot? What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. Crying something far more tragic, an accident. Zackenveld's quick draw, shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? The shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. If it is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Like I've chosen the right path. Let's hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. But that's Gramarye's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name? Ah, Alikazar! Howdy, howdy, howdy. I am solving a case across time. This is where we're at now. This is where we are at in these games. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Lassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. What? This? No, that's not it. What shows that she was in danger? Shows that she was in danger. Where she stood. We don't have it. We don't have it yet. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. Yeah, Iris sucks. She knows she sucks. Excuse me. And she looks like Dahlia, who's evil. Iris is not high on my list for Phoenix's potential mates. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a... What is happening? Okay, so first of all, the guy from the first case is Zach Gramery, which... Didn't see that coming. I did not make that connection. I guess it's been so long since we played the first case. Because we saw what he looked like, right? Didn't we see his face? What the fuck is Mr. Coke-chin doing here? Yeah, the biggest plot twist is that he is a friend. And this is a friend of yours? I don't even remember what voice I gave him. Was it just like really tweaky? Oh god. Fucking... Are you kidding me? Why? Why is he back? Why? Ah, don't mind me, I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. Actually, just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started, I don't remember. But I'm good, real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game, that guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory, they come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes, there's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes, but before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brussel, Spark Brussel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? Yeah, he's Shady Enigmar, not Shady Smith. Welcome to Port Royal, Mr. Smith. God, I love when you say that, Roy. I won't yuck your yum. There's just something about that. It is, Dylan, but I'm guessing the reason they probably felt like they had to do that, right? Otherwise people would be pissed because they're like, this is an Ace Attorney game. Phoenix Wright, not even focused. He's a magician, I mean. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. I'm not fucking going through all this again. I wonder if I would have made the connection if I had been playing this straight through as opposed to streaming it over weeks. You can't be, but you're... Zach Gramery? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zach Gramery, this must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Da? We will play soon. Ready the room.
Da. I will prepare the hideout. I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Gramery? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now it will be 7. I caused you so much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. Actually, fuck you. You don't have a right to decide anymore. I hardly need express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else, and so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. Those guys type and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I, you. Like, seriousness, and then this music. Like, come on. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time. I've only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy, she is in a class of her own. 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. She sends me signals.
He's got a good hand. Might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. The dreaded white sprite of death. Who was this before? The judge, right? We caught the judge like this? John Cena! Yeah, he really wanted to be anonymous. Even the game doesn't want Zach. Yeah, right? Alright, so there was a simple fix to this last time. You might get a little loud. Cover your ears. Oh, I think I caught it in time. Let's see. Nope. Come on. There we go. No, because you can't assume.
I mean, he could move for that. I don't think he'd be successful, though. It actually takes a lot to succeed on an ineffective counsel claim. A lot. Hold on, I'm gonna raise this up a little. Has it been like super quiet the whole time? I feel like this is really low. Is it lower than it was before? Yeah, Matt wouldn't want to. Sounds the same? Oh, God. That means I've had the volume super low all night. Jeez, my bad. The OBS picking up the desktop volume has been really weird lately. I have it at max, and I have my desktop audio at max, but it's only going up halfway. That should not be. I don't know what's holding the sound back. Oh, hey. Oh, really? I didn't even know I could do that. Oh, don't do that yet. Wait, is this where I saved? Oop. I should switch this to B20, I think. I'm not sure if that'll make a noticeable difference, but I know when I scan things and I change it that much, it's a noticeable difference. I don't know why it's so quiet. Hey, Mass Mildew, how's it going? Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you dropping by just to say hi. Hope you're enjoying Trials and Tribulations. Been doing the same thing to you, Lugia. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was something with the last update, because like some days it doesn't do this, and then other days it does. It should not be this quiet. Oh my god. I didn't know you could raise the audio above 0. That makes sense. I can do that in my editing software. I've just never tried it on OBS because the slider's all the way to the right. See, that's more where I want the volume, right there. All right, if there's like a random spike in volume because OBS is doing something weird, let me know so that I can make sure it gets adjusted. But yeah, I have no idea why that's happening. I should not have to do this. Probably. Yeah, you probably will be caught up, I'm guessing. But yeah, appreciate it. Have a good night. I love Maggie Bird, too. Yeah, so, like... Oh, you thought that volume was a good volume? This is normally where I have the game audio compared to me. Actually, I'm kind of loud. I shouldn't be that far in the yellow. I think it's probably because of that. Yeah, I think it's just closer than usual. Yeah, no, I don't know. Because I don't want people to have to turn the volume up to 100 in order to hear me. Or in order to, hear everything loudly. I want you to be able to hear everything at a nice volume at about half your volume, you know? Monica Real, probably. Hey, JMT would be happy to hear that, and he'd probably agree. Given that he's a, what do they call themselves? Realists? Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic, but those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifi Grammary. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grammary blood or something? Blood. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time. Bruh, I'm taking care of your daughter. It's the least you can fucking do. Some kind of Grammary secret then? Fine. She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? That's Magnifi's Grammary's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. The recipient's name is you, Zach Grammary. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes?
There's a holographic will, yes. Great Ace Attorney, the first game, I'm guessing. What would that be, DGS 1? Magnifi gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifi Gramarye's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter? That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel. Sir! Ah, here you go. What's this? What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you signed here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. You need a public notary besides. I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. Notaries, oh God, don't give me that face. Notaries don't have a certain look to them, jackass. You are? By day I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, oh yeah, the whole he's not dead thing. Yeah, I'm surprised to see notaries brought up too. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly, which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Gramarye. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Valiant Gramarye, not Trucy. I see, so you do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everything else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. I have to know more about the power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. I gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Gramarye? I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. I thought you'd show, because we think the blackmailing reason is that, right? Yeah. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. I mean, the only other thing I can think of... The locket? Okay, so one of these we have to have the answer to. Either to Valiant or to the girl. Vera. Or to him. Otherwise we're stuck. God, old bag is so fucking annoying. She plays a role, right? She has her role. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that many may not know. Thalessa lost her life during a rehearsal. Oh my god! Holy shit! You blew her head off! Fatality. Oh my god. Whew, that's brutal. Holy shit. To you and Valiant Gramarye's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalessa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes, I loved Thalessa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Gramarye has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack? I do not know. Don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. There's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalos' power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe, one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. Is it Apollo? No, because he wouldn't know Apollo yet. Or I guess he does know Apollo? He's the only other person I know with a power. This boy? His name is, I forget, something weird. Of all fucking people. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law office. So what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. Jesus Christ, game. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Do I? What the fuck could it be? You know what's sad? He doesn't even have his attorney's badge. Want to pick of a strange boy? No, I'm good, thank you. I have no need. I was thinking it was the locket, but they won't let me look at the picture inside. I want to see the picture. Let me see the picture, damn it. Yeah, it's... It's his bracelet, isn't it? Well, I don't have anything to show his bracelet. What might she like? What did I show her already? I showed her Mr. Hat, didn't I? Mr. Hat and the forgery. I tried doing that. Like, there's no, like, examine option. Oh, what? Bruh. Not that it matters. I don't think you can... Oh, yeah, you can see the bracelet. Right there. Oh, but you still can't... I don't think you can, like, present it as such. But she definitely has that bracelet on. We need a picture of her. I forgot. Where are we stuck at, balance part? Fart jokes. I mean, part of the reason this is so tough is because it's not intuitive. You're jumping around to find different pieces of evidence that can be used at different time periods, but that doesn't make any sense. From a chronological perspective, at least, because that's not what you actually did. Now, the way the game's presenting it is fine. I get it. It's just a matter of the puzzle pieces fitting, but it still is. I still think the approach is counterintuitive. What shows how much danger she was in? I think I tried presenting this already, right? Oh, God. So I either need to be able to show him how much danger she was in. I need to be able to show Zach something similar. What am I missing? I guess they still let me examine things.
Yo, Chris, thank you for the raid, dude. What were you playing tonight? There's Chris's channel. He streams over on the Twitch side. If you want to go check him out. You're playing I Love You, Colonel Sanders? That's hilarious. Oh, were you over there with him, Zara? Oh, he was helping you with commentary? That's fun. That's fun. Sounds like a good time. Well, welcome. Probably won't be as funny as that game, but okay. So they got she has a stamp of the Grammys. I wonder if that's going to be added to evidence.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by here. Still wonder how she got her hands on it.
This is you and Vera?
Yes, we took that one quite recently. You know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead?
Or you're a painter, why not paint a portrait instead?
I've never been that good at people, unfortunately.
Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? This is red envelope.
Don't touch that. It's quite important.
Painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. It's a pretty bottle.
Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. Belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often.
There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing? Alright, let's see if we'll die here. Then there's this.
My stamp.
Hey, she spoke! She can talk! She can talk, she can talk, she can talk, she can talk.
I can sing.
How can I get her to keep talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't true grammar amazing?
Ah.
Yes?
Oh.
Especially like those two, Zach and Valent. I mean, they're just so magical.
Aren't they? Aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too. Me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah.
All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammar Museum of Magic.
The Grammar Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Wait, didn't she just say she went to, or did I read that wrong? Oh, whatever.
Just once when I was little with Father. The Grammarys on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valent, maybe.
Oh, sure.
All right, better get asking before she changes her mind.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean True Grammar? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grammys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
You're a sneaky one, this client. They were trying to get on our good side. Shit. I don't know. I don't want her to get her to stop. Will she just like stop talking? Yeah, Cody's the only one I remember. I'm gonna die soon.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there's lots of good people too.
Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once.
Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammar Museum. With you, in fact.
Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
When I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently, she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Mother, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This is what I have to hear about. So you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Oh! Right. Just fucking right. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things.
I really like painting a lot. My father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So you did this too?
Oh, yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips in the way the writer held the pen. the pressure on the ink, I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
Seems happy. Odd her work was the last nail in the Grammy's coffin. Guess no one told her. Mason system, more like Cyclox. Got him, GG. Easy clap. Oh dear. That's not a... I wouldn't say that would suffice for his sprite. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
A problem that keeps her inside all the time?
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
Good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? None of these things. No. No. None of these things. The fuck would her good luck charm be? Alright, well, I have this stamp. Does that help? Yeah, it will. I have to know more about... I almost forgot what I had used the first time. God, that fucking picture, man, I tell you. Damn you. No, she doesn't have the ring on her. I don't have the bracelet to show him. I need to show him the bracelet. Jeez. Hit me, bro. Like, this doesn't actually show that she was in danger. Does it? She's in between the two of them. Okay, so we have three options. Oh, wait. There is one other place I haven't checked yet. So we need to show how she was in danger. We need to show the bracelet. And we need to show the good luck charm. I don't think we have any of those items yet. I forgot that I wanted to do this real quick. It might not be anything here, but there was a clue in the other, okay. Alright, nothing else. So, within this piece of evidence, we have either one of three things. Something showing the danger she was in. Thalassa was in. Something linking a ring, linking Thalassa to Apollo. Or the good luck charm that was given to Vera. It can't be the stamp because she got that from the letter. Apparently the client gave her the good luck charm directly. And it doesn't help that I've had to go to the bathroom like real bad for the past hour. Autopsy report. Okay, how about we look at these in individual fashion? What could show what type of danger Thalassa was in? I tried presenting the crime photo because it showed that the guns could fire real bullets and thus showing that they could accidentally kill her. I guess I could have shown the autopsy report for the same reason, though. The IV report would have nothing to do with it. I don't know why that would have anything to do with it. I mean, see how the clean syringe is useful either. And one of these letters could also show that someone had been in danger, and that's where the blackmail comes from. I could show the pistol again. Diary didn't have anything in it, apparently. I don't know what Mr. Hat would have to do with it. Is there anything on this picture that I'm missing? Let's see, he doesn't really have anything. She doesn't really have anything. There's a picture in here of Thalassa. And that just shows the three of them together. Doesn't really show anything else. Alright, later, Thomas and Jake. Well, yeah, I absolutely need to present something to someone. I don't know. Let's go back to Valent. Cause a time paradox. He has nothing for me. Vera might, though. Watching a drowning man. I already presented this. I mean, she knows the act. Stab in the dark. Shot in the dark. What? You punched him? Shall we begin our game, my final competition? Final why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played, 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that, this is this. In my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. That is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough. I just remembered a future prior engagement. Hello, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin, dealer. Da? You will be witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me. Haven't I seen her around here before? He's just now noticing that? That reminds me. I saw familiar faces I entered this restaurant. You did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. and I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I needed to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Gramery knew, but how and why? Hey, progress! How is he still alive? Shouldn't he be dead now? Well, I guess he's still in the appeals, right? Are jails usually that No. No, this is insane. I have no idea why he has this set up.
Well, well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines?
Gavin.
You look well, Phoenix Wright.
You too, Gavin.
Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours,
And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. You know who he really was. Who he was. Zach Gramery, you know, the defendant.
I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible.
Even try to tell me it was a coincidence.
What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think?
After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy.
You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being. Isn't that enough?
Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago?
Ah, yes, the trial where Zach Gramery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it?
That was when I met you, wasn't it?
Was it now?
The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion, yours.
It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all.
For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you.
But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you?
Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it.
Persistent, aren't you?
I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that.
I don't know, they do everything else fast in Ace Attorney. Why would I assume that's different for some reason and not consistent with the rest? I have to know. Why'd you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramery.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Try something real quick.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Okay, yeah. So it does increase with the chatbot's volume. Good to know. Oh God. I've never seen Cyclops like these before. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. Shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? Got him. He's doing his nails. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First-rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkling bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Sure, I guess we'll examine the rest of the things real quick, but I have somewhere to be. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. Oh, look at that! Look at that sinister look. I like it. I like it. The sinister shadow. I dig it. I dig it. It's not executed entirely amazingly, but I dig what they were going for there. You get mail in here. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they do read it first, apparently. Yeah, so, fun fact, he's right, and it's really annoying. So, if there's any question of, like, but one thing I do when I'm sending mail to jail is I write do not or confidential on the back of the envelope, so that if it's broken, if it's marked confidential and it's broken, then the client knows that the mail was read. Not all pieces of mail are read. That, at least not here. They don't have enough people to go through and read every last bit of mail. Confidential is just that, especially from an attorney. It's still confidential. And if they see that the confidential word is broken and then attempted resealed, then they know that it was read when it wasn't supposed to be. That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. It looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Now let me just make sure that we're not supposed to show this one in particular. Because he didn't add this as a thing. Oh. Well, thank you, dog. I'm flattered. I would say my powers of inference are quite expansive. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Okay. So let me stop for a second. I will have a problem with them doing something, getting something in the future that's simply brought back to the past and used as those in the past. This is a little different because in theory he could just be showing her the one that she has, right? So that's fine. But I'm going to be very upset if the game does that in a way that isn't justifiable like this. Especially since, why would you ever think that that's how you're supposed to do things? The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? Except that apparently he did show her the one that he was given because he just said it's like the one on your desk. Snake, you've created a time paradox. Bum, bum, bum.
I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. One who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised not to tell.
Yeah, so I was right about Christoph a long time ago when she saw that Christoph was the client and not just indirectly involved in the conspiracy. When she saw Claver.
I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client, I promise. If I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think it might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel?
What do you mean?
I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well, but that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
Not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Oh, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now.
I'm sorry for what happened.
If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gramery.
Did I do something bad?
Makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come, I promise. Hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Oh, wait. Okay, so we can still go back here. I thought that was over with. I thought that was going to be weird with the Cyclops still there. don't really have anything new. Yeah, I can't even try to unlock this. I can try presenting him some stuff, I guess. Kind of crappy dad, definitely shitty dad. Shitty dad. Save advances in chair technology. If there's anything else to show him. I guess the other thing is we know that she was Magnifi's daughter, right? Thalassa? What secrets are you hiding? We still need to show him the... We need to show Zach the bracelet. Or something similar to that. I did get some more health, so I'm going to give it another shot. If I don't get this right, then I'm going to end stream and go to the bathroom, because boy, have I been dancing in my seat for the past 90 minutes. Yeah. I go to sleep, obviously.
Time to change fate!
I'm glad you're having fun.
Drew Grammy's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We're not merely the latest craze. We're an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Ugh. Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. I don't really like that. That one's really loose with how Phoenix was trying to put that together compared to the first two, which are a lot more solid. Part of his memory is still locked up. This one shows how much danger you were in. A picture of the three of you. Just looking at straightforward. That's loose. That's loose. I got a little braver because we had more health. I didn't want to waste that last spot before. I know you can just restart, but I take pride in not gaming over, you know? Game overing. I don't know which... How would you use that as a verb? There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Alan's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. On the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close, there has to be something about how Thalas's death could affect Zach and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see it in your eyes. You still have something to say? How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalas's accident tied your hands so completely. With a person, right? Daughter. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zach Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. Ugh. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! Ooh, look at that bar. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarye? The master, Magnifi Gramarye, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was, an accident. Zach and Valent's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward the beautiful body on stage, and then crash, sing pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist, and tragedy. Dude, her head was blown clear off of her. Like, it looks like they beheaded her. Well, I know it's not a word you can actually use as a verb, but if we were to make it into a verb. Yeah, I agree, Roy. That one was super loose. I like, these other ones are fine, but that one was I think she's the ultimate forger, because the ultimate painter would imply that she could do unique things. I mean, maybe not, but I think a forger is just more accurate. Oh, I know her head is just tilted back. I'm just saying. This picture is brutal. With all the blood and shit, it looks like her head could have been blown off. But Phoenix doesn't die. He just, well, maybe he does die. I don't know. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes from when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifi Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for true Gramarye. Passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valance. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in true Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? Called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking around the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his sense, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I'd begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over true Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never knew who that was at the time, though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to this world. Sooner or later, I have to track him down. Oh, whoa, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you, journalist meets ex-attorney bar, end quote. Can I ask you what you're doing here? Mr. Meacham was poisoned and his daughters... Oh, yes, I know. Oh, I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker. End quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zack Gramarye was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, no. A lot, no. Extremely rough around the edges. Yo, what's up, Trip? I mean, he looks old to me. He looks like a dude in his late 30s. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Which, by then means, I would have found his look at age 29 to be a bit surprising, yes. Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Yeah, his smile is gross. Go to toilet. What, you want me to go use the bathroom? Do I seem like I'm super giddy about, or like antsy about it? Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Yeah, it's a toothbrush. I will persevere. It was tragic what happened to Drew Measham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime. They paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you? Yes. A forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Measham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No. I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Measham felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it was nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. Then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time. Maybe not just me. Maybe you are too. Me? You know what's really fucked up? Trucy played a part in the trial of her dad's murderer. And she had no idea. She had no fucking idea. Small role, yes, but a role nonetheless, and she had no idea. I met Zach to do that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnific Gramery? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accidents during the quick draw shooting practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted all. Money, fame, women, little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Now, Gramery did mention one particularly noisy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnific Gramery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared quite suddenly at that, and Magnifi wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalists catch a sense of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Gramery. Something strange was in the air over at Troop Gramery's in those days. The whole screwy mentor. Controlling disciples scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record? Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, huh? Waiting? There's a big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnific Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream. Because of this, the performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valent. So Valent waited until Zach died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and Valent's like a kid over Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at Sunshine Coliseum, you know. That document sees the legal light of day. It's going to put a big of a damper on the big show. It's a story, one that Valent Gramery lost out to his partner at work and in love, too. Yeah, I was wondering when they were going to bring this up. It was obvious that, to me, it was obvious that Valent had a thing for Thalassa. And not necessarily that he felt jealous, but there were some really, there were subtle hints, but I thought they'd screamed out at me when talking to him. That there's probably a love triangle going on, which also plays into the dynamic a lot more here and adds to the tension. Love? Same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. But has 3 sides and all of them pointing a love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. In the middle of all this, Thalassa had Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa.
right. I'm sorry. I can't any. I would love to persevere more, but I have to end stream and go to the bathroom. Yogi is a douchebag father too. Agreed. Fur baby or feather baby. I would also say he's a better dad than Zach. Zach literally just abandoned Trucy. It just was like, oh man, Phoenix will take care of her without any word or anything like that. I don't know how you could do much worse to a child than just straight up abandoning them. At the very least, when you're pressuring somebody like Edgeworth and Francisca, you could make the rationalization that Manfred did it because it worked for him and thus he thought it would work well for them too and they can be great. So he's trying to do something that in his mind is benefiting his kids when really it's all for him. But how could Zach doing what he did have benefited Trucy? Just leaves her. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's cut and dry, but I'm of the same opinion as Roy. Nothing, but I definitely need to go to the bathroom. Treads for the end. Thank you to Chris and Acme Studios for the raids tonight. Thank you everybody else that followed, watched, subbed, chatted, all that stuff. And yeah, well, not Edgeworth specifically. I guess that would be more Francisca than Edgeworth. Yep, that's also true. So yeah, next Apollo stream will be Sunday. I know we got a few days going into this, which is actually really annoying for me. That's why I wanted to try to finish this tonight, because I did not want to come back to this later. Like after having been off for 4 or 5 days. Not off, but not playing the game for 4 or 5 days. So I'm guessing we'll have a stream next week and Tuesday. Tuesday might be the finale based on what Trep thought the timeline would be. So yeah, expect 2 streams next week. I'm also going to be streaming Friday and Saturday this week, but Friday is going to be Jackbox and Saturday I'm not sure yet. It's not going to be Apollo Justice though. Next Apollo stream will be Sunday for sure. And hopefully you don't have any PC troubles or sleeping problems, and we start on time. That'd be great. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, you think Sunday is going to be the finale? Well, yeah, if that's the case, then we'll figure that out. But yeah, all right, everyone. You have a good one, and see you next time. Court is adjourned. That's what I wanted to do. Shit, I needed the gavel out. That's what I was going to start saying. All right, well, that's a sneak peek for next time, guys.